Určitě jsem stáhl na 0. Hej 2.
OK. Jo. A pak to předáme dál.
Hello. That's a large audience. Okay, I don't have to be anxious about the content and everything. Hello, I'm Ben. I do the talking in Weblight. I care about the people, about the community, and commercial customers, which includes Fedora and Red Hat. Okay, this will be quick because it's not that many people here. Let's go through a few questions. Who, apparently all of you are interested in translations, right? That's why you're here, okay. And who of you translates, who contributes with translations? Or raise your... Okay. And who of you contributes to the translation tools by code or localize, internationalize the project? And who's does any of you has English as a first language? Were you born with in English-speaking country? Okay, that's why you're here, apparently. And who knows what Zanata was or still is? Okay, okay. I was not sure if what to say if it's is or was. Come in. Yeah. Got it. You're the best. A voice from the other side. Okay. And did anybody of you work on Zanata? Okay, great. That's great to know. Maybe we'll have some insights. So, and who from all of you works for Red Hat or worked for Red Hat? Okay, great to know. That's the curiosity of why do we translate and why do we localize, what are the differences and everything. And yeah, why do we localize? We localize to make the software more accessible, to make it yours even if you can speak other languages. For other people, we localize to make it even possible to use the software and to keep languages alive. For who is important question as well, because, well, we usually don't do the work. We don't do contribution to open source software just for ourselves. We see something more there, so we can localize the software for kids. We can localize Fedora tools for our relatives that don't have the knowledge of other languages, to welcome new people in emerging economies or in countries that are now adopting more and more technologies to the world of open source, which is welcoming and diverse. And we can also do it for us because we want to feel home when we are using our own tech. As most of you have friends here, you probably didn't experience, yeah, I expected a little bit larger audience, so I could like find the one person that's here alone from all over the world, all over the world, being the one person that speaks their language here, and the whole day they are unable to speak their native language because they're here, everyone's speaking English, and everybody's a little bit like, well, yeah, you can navigate, but you don't feel at home. You don't feel that warm. So we can localize because of that to feel comfortable while using our tech. Then we have Zanata. I will be happy for your inputs. From the feeling what Zanata was, there was not enough. It was not enough to deliver quality translations. It was not enough to make it comfortable and not complicated process for everyone involved, be it developers, be it translators. There were other tools and scripts to synchronize everything. It was too complicated. And it was not being developed and maintained enough for some time. Yeah, there is an input. Jean-Baptiste?
Zanata was a good tool to translate, but it was a terrible tool to collaborate as a team. It was very difficult to know who does what. And they had software engineers. The UI was okay, but there were no collaboration features.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So yeah, it was not enough for everyone involved. That shouldn't be the case. And it was also not a core business of Red Hat, which was proved by some layoffs that were like, okay, part of the people that were working on this, we no longer need them. And Red Hat, this big company, saying, we no longer take this as a priority. And then the community of localization contributors were get to a point like, okay, what should we do? So it was not the end of localization of Fedora, because yeah, it still is localized, and I would say in better way. And that's because of a migration that happened thanks to Jean-Baptiste and other community members in 2019 from Zanata to WebLite. It was a demanding task. It was, I would say, performed well because the community was well informed, because the community members like Jean-Baptiste, Raphael, and others did the work to inform everyone, to migrate everything, to set up everything at the new place. That's the large part. And it was also supported by Red Hat financially, eventually, which is good. Okay, what's WebLite? WebLite is a localization platform. That's what we do, but we doesn't have to be the core team of WebLite. It can be anyone all around the world. WebLite is a Libre software from its core from the start. There are no differences between how you use WebLite. You have the same set of features. You have the same code base. And thanks to WebLite being developed and supported and liked, I would say, by the community all around the world, it's used by the communities of Fedora, OpenSUSE, LibreOffice, many other large or a little bit smaller projects. Yeah, that's about what you need to know at the moment about WebLite if you don't use it already. It's a nice collaborative tool that you don't have to care about. You don't have to look after it. You don't have to install it. You open a website as a translator. It works. As a developer, you connect it to your Git, and that's it. You don't have to do the work. WebLite does the work for you, and you do just your part of the work. Developer does the development, looks after the code, maintain the repository, and the translators do their part of work. Okay, so what changed? I promised I would share some numbers. I will leave that to Jean-Baptiste later because he has way nicer graphs, and I didn't want to steal his work or his focus. But yeah, there are 1,822 users on translators on Translate Fedora, which is quite a large community. Not everyone is the same level at the same level of activity. Somebody's more. Somebody's contributing more, somebody less. But yeah, it's a reasonable number to get the translations to 100%, but we are not there. Yesterday, a group investigation realized that there are 50 million changes to the strings in the since 2019, since Fedora translations and all the projects that changed or joined on this instance started using WebLite as the translation platform. It's quite a lot of work, and projects like Anaconda core parts of Fedora are translated to like 95 used languages. So yeah, can it be better? Yes, of course. The work is definitely not finished. And that's what gets us to the failover. Is not enough if the software is not translated fully, and your user sees a English string. They can get lost totally. Not everybody, well, everybody here understands English, but it's not done. So it's not a work complete. We need more people to be interested in translations, to contribute, to join the efforts. To see the reason why we do it. And I would say, yeah, I can describe it on this room, that community of translation contributors is getting old a little bit. And we are not in large numbers on the conferences. From the talks I have when providing services of WebLate support to communities, I can see that the community is diverse, that we have young people, but usually contributing to one or two projects, not being interested in the whole idea of open source localization. Would AI or machine translation in general be the answer? Well, no, it's not enough, definitely not yet, but it can help. It can be a help to translators that would be like, that shouldn't be scared like, okay, I have to do a large part of work. It can be just help that I will have less amount of manual work, that I will just polish to nice translations that will be humane, that will be for everyone. Yeah, that's gets us to a few challenges, that there is not enough focus on this, that many translations that appear, okay, I did my work, to the translator. If you check the statistics, if you check failing checks and other things, other helps in WebLate, you will realize that the work is definitely not complete, even though that it was in previous versions or so. So it needs focus, it needs more work. Yeah, maybe we can discuss a little bit what can be done in this matter. If we, for Fedora, need more support from Red Hat, if we need to shout out more about how nice are some parts of this work, how rewarding it feels when you can give someone of your relatives or someone totally unknown an old laptop with unknown system for them, and it just works for them. It speaks their language because it's prepared to be accessible and everything. Okay, that's the end of my talk. This is one of the stickers you can get from Michael and me here, or a lovely t-shirt. I'm Ben. I do talking with WebLate. I usually am better at it, but I'm not at my 100% recently. But what I can promise is that I'm really good in answering questions and providing information you want. So you can ask now, you can ask later. We can connect for a call, and yeah, if you have anyone who's interested in localizing Fedora or anything else, if you have suggestions how WebLate could be more important tool, more comfortable tool for everyone involved, yeah, please share those suggestions our way. So if you have questions.
Thank you. I have one question. You mentioned AI is not good enough yet for translation. Do you see any initiatives or progress in this area?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I can. The progress is definitely there. I would say maybe in general. How quality translations are provided, I think that's moving really fast with some of the models. The issue is that so far it's hard to tell any model that this one part is logical block of something, you can provide those large language models with glossary you will have maintained in WebLate. You can provide a lot of other context, but still it's not perfect. It's moving forward, I would say. I don't know how well it will be in a few months or years. At the moment, it's great that many of the models are integrated with WebLate, so you can get the translations and then finish them as a human. So you provide human translations and not just one by one grammatically correct translation that doesn't feel real in the UI then. Michal has more to say.
Maybe I will comment a little bit on that. We have done quite some work to better integrate with these models. So WebLate now sends very much context to get more accurate translations. So it's improving on both on the model sides and on WebLate side. So yeah, you can definitely use it to get okay-ish looking translations, but it's still, it cannot beat the human doing the translations, at least so far, because you know more about the application than the model does, and you know the typical user, which all of that can be somehow fed into the model, but it's complicated to transfer all your knowledge into the text input for the model. So yeah, you can improve how it translates by providing it additional context. We have inputs for that in WebLate, but still it's something that you would like to review because the models sometimes just don't get it. Sometimes they hallucinate the words because they don't have enough coverage for some languages. So they produce words that look like in that language, but they are actually not existing. But this varies per language. For widely used languages like German and or French, it will probably be better than for some minor language from Africa. I have experience with Czech language, and mostly it's good, but sometimes you get the words as I described. This is non-existing word, and yeah, you need to catch that manually.
I would like the hope I have in implementing more evolved machine translation models is that those will be used for maybe some would say boring part of translating string by string. Those will get better and provide better translations, but it doesn't mean that sorry that the whole localization work is done, because currently we are in a phase that's, even if we would get to 100% of translations, we are not in a perfect level, because that way we would get to localize or translated apps that are many times missing plurals or handling plurals but are not using gendered language. Are reducing because the source language is usually English, and for example, Czech, French, and many other languages are more complex. You can have denominations. You are talking formal, informal, and all those nice things that you are currently not having. You have a reduced part how software talks to you. Sometimes with games it gets more evolved because the game you have a character there, so the game talks to you some way. But if you open a laptop, it talks the same to all of us and to all Fedora users. There is no difference if you use German or German. If it's who does use the laptop or desktop at the moment. So once we have the help of really well-performant machine translation or AI-powered models, we could go to raise the bar again and start translating these, start making it not just simple translation, but actually deeper localization that will suit more people. Jean-Baptiste has something to add to that.
No, it's a new question.
Okay, go on.
I would like the Weblate tool to provide some insight about the health of the community. Each time there is a flock event, there are some graphics, year after year, how many contributors are there, how many downloads. And I would like to have this tool to help us to understand. In the Fedora community, there is 1,800 translators in the translation platform. How many of them are active? What does it mean to be active? Is it growing over time or is it going down? Which languages are growing? Which ones are going down? And I would love to have something that is allowing us to understand our community so that we can try actions to strengthen it and improve over time. I don't know if you have some numbers, but I would love to have some and to be able to compare with other communities, not to compare to be the best, but to learn from other communities. What do they do to make it work and to grow? Because ultimately, we always want to be more people, more contributors.
So currently, the only thing, and Michal will add more from a technical perspective, but currently what is possible to reach on any instance of Weblate is /stats, and you have some basic outlook. But yeah, it's not very clickable. You cannot select the part. This dashboard would probably be something that will come out of plans we started based on UX research we did together with our co-workers. But when, and we are not sure, but what's possible is that the more input you and other people will give about this, what it should provide, the better we can then provide it and develop it so it suits your needs and wishes. Yes, Michal? Sorry.
Yeah, we do collect some of the historical data, so some kind of that is technically possible. But as Ben already did that point, we need to know what community is interested in. Because we don't exactly know what you would like to measure on the community health, so writing it down is a good starting point.
Basically, so far, Weblate statistics is that the Michal created first version of Weblate in 2012, then it evolved, and more people wanted some statistics, and everybody wanted a different statistic to look for. So every time we added a different statistics that's counted. So we have a lot of numbers. And you can download it as raw data, you can visualize it somehow, but not everything is in the reports. Weblate collects even more data that's possible to work with, but how to interpret it, if to export it into some Grafana or some other tools, or if we should build something tightly integrated. That's the discussion, and it will be great if we can define it together.
Just let me add that the next talk might provide more insight into metrics, like in 5 minutes.
Okay, so we are on time, which is great. Thank you for being here, and yeah, keep doing the work, keep making localizing software interesting, and enjoy other talks. That's how you do it.
HDMI, this one?
It's actually this, and you can.
That's magical. It works, but it's not showing anything. Yeah, numbers. So before it starts, do someone want to see some statistic for one specific language? Because there's quite a lot. So this is Portuguese, spoken in Brazil. So this is Brazilian. So there are numbers for everything. Okay. Those are very nice looking graph that nobody can understand. Something that I will talk about in a few minutes. Hopefully this will go in a public Grafana so that people can search for it. Okay, so I will start a little bit early. This will be no issue for people joining because the introduction is not mandatory to understand. Can you hear me well? Yes, good. So this is a tree of privileges. The aim of that kind of tool is to ask yourself questions about what's your position in this society. So it's useful as a personal point of view, but it's also useful as a community. What can our community that has a lot of power of action, like creating software, can do for other communities in the world that are using our software? This work is the continuation of a blog that is Languages in Flows. There are a lot of numbers that are available already published. It requires a lot of design and work to make it very nice, but in the future this will improve and provide much more data. This work is a collaboration. We are 3 people who created the slides, and it's the result of many help from many communities, including the Fedora community and the Strasbourg community Hackstube. So here you have my children, number 1 and number 2. Number 2 is on the shoulder of number 1. Those 2 very nice humans that consume quite a lot of energy are playing video games because they need to learn to use a computer. So video games are good for that, isn't it? But unfortunately, in video games, there are some strings in English, and they don't understand shit about it because they speak French, they speak Romanian, they speak German, but they don't speak English. So this is irrational content. And content they can't understand is everywhere. If they want to install one extension of Luanti, which is a very good platform, very efficient, they cannot understand the description of the extensions. They don't know if it is a skin, new sounds, or a video game on itself. So they can do like monkeys, pushing the buttons and see if it does something and guess if it is something, but it's quite a limited way to use computers. I assume we are not doing computers for monkeys, but for humans. And in free software, there is the Liberty Zero. And you are supposed to be able to have the freedom to use the software the way you want. But if you don't understand it, can you really have this freedom? It does not really exist. Sorry, I was a little bit lazy. This is French, but I hope that you know the 4 key freedom of free software. Okay, children is one thing, but adults have the same issues. When you go in GNOME software, many software are not translated. And if you go in the new software of the updates that comes into GNOME software, it's not translated either. And when it's translated, if you speak French, Sondrac is a great tool, but the description here, only valid French words, but the sentence is not correct. There's something that is reverse, it's incorrect. So I wanted to help, and for me it was difficult. It was not a smooth experience. And I wanted to know, is it me ranting all the time, or is it difficult for everyone? And I want facts. I don't want to go and discuss with people about personal belief. We don't care about it. This is empathy. Empathy is good, but it's another subject. If you want to solve an issue, you need to be able to discuss on the facts. So these are my hypotheses. There is not enough translation in open source ecosystem. Contributing translation is too expensive. Translation quality varies a lot, and there are a lot of inconsistent translations. So what we will do today is we will focus on the two first items. Because I'm French speaker, I will focus on French, but we have the metrics for all the languages that are available in Fedora. So what do we measure? A very small subset of the open source ecosystem. Gettext packages. Packages using gettext in Fedora. So it is a small subset, but it's a small subset that is available since Fedora 7. It means more than 19 years ago. It means millions of files that were processed, billions of translations, huge. This gives us an insight over time, and this is what's interesting. So there's a lot of package in Fedora. It's, again, a subset of the existing package that we use. There's some very advanced mathematics, which is basically sums. And those sums allow to do that kind of thing. I'm jumping a little bit the slides. It will be published, but I want to focus on the key messages and not on all the mechanics that were used. So if you take millions of files, you process it, you sum it, you get a number, and the number is quite good. It says 80% of the things to translate, whatever it is, a sentence or a word, is translated into French. So situation for French language is good enough. Okay, when I play video games with my children, I agree, it's globally good enough. We are happy about that. On the bottom right, you can see, how does it work? Like this? Yeah. You can see that 80% of translation is remaining stable over time. It means the French translator can keep up with the work over time. The community of translation in French language is stable or healthy. It's good. But this is a fake number. This is wrong. This is incorrect. You are saying something that is wrong. So don't remember it. Sums are to be used compared to everything that is to be translated. In Fedora, there are some software that don't have French translation, so they are not counted, but you can translate it. So you need to make sure to include that in the total. Otherwise, when you say French is 80%, it's 80% of what was started as a translation. You want to know what's the progress over everything that is available in Fedora, and it's much more. So here you have very nice additions, categories, and it tells you that at the end, in Fedora 44, there is 20 million words. Okay, this is a statistic. What does it mean for humans? Because it's a lot. Of course it's a lot. It's an operating system. There is dozens of software, some that are very well known, some that are very far away in the plumbering of the system. So if we ask one single human to spend some time to translate it, It might be between 30 to 60 years of work. Of course, it's a lot, and there is no one who will do that alone, hopefully, because poor person, it will be way too much. But if it is a community of persons, like 10 persons working together, you reduce the work. And also there are some translation memories, so you can reuse what you did. Hopefully it goes faster than that. So, 20 million words, it's a lot. 30 years of work, it's a lot also. But now that we have those numbers, what's the real progress for French language? Is it 30%? Is it 50%? Is it still 80%? And the answer is 64. So you have now more numbers, because this is a presentation with a lot of numbers. On the top is the reality, or an attempt to reflect the reality of localization in Fedora. This attempt, because all of this is wrong, if you go into details, most likely there are some bugs and wrong assumptions, it gives still a global understanding about where we are now. Where we are now is there is 2/3 of the work that is translated and 1/3 that is not. And this is not good. Not because I am French, and my language is not enough available in my system. It's because French community is one of the biggest communities in number of contributors. So what does it mean for every other community in the world? It cannot be good. So one tiny little thing that is very important to see here. Okay, so it's growing in number of words, that's good. This number, okay. This progress over time. So I don't know how easy it is to read, but this is growing. So it's now growing, increasing over time. Slowly, but increasing. This language community is healthy because it is increasing over time. There is not a lot of languages with growing progress over time. So each little point is one Fedora release. So there is 38 releases taken into account. So normally here you already have a little bit too much numbers, but I'm sorry, I'm not done yet. This is recorded, the slides will be available. There is bugs, but you will have time to review it. So, progress. This is the overall progress of French translation is growing over time. But if you have 38 points over 20 years of data, normally we can you have a trend and see when do we reach 100%. So this is not growing very fast. I don't know the English word. So if you're on a bike, it's good, but if you want to have 100% of translation, it's not that good. Maybe it will be in many years. And indeed, this is not good. So to show how pessimistic we are about the situation, we took the climate change way of representing stuff. And there are 3 lines. When do you reach 100%? 100%, we should reach it. This is the black line in the middle. It says you are in about 125 years. But this is a trend. Trend can be optimistic or pessimistic. If we are optimistic, it might be in 80 years. If we are pessimistic, it might be in 700 years. So I don't know what you're going to do in that lifespan. Likely you will be dead, me also. We don't know about the human species on Earth. It's unlikely to resist, but this is not the subject of the talk. This is not good. We are not good. And we are not good because we don't have enough good people working. We are not good because there is something wrong in the way we are handling translations in our ecosystem. And this is the problem to be solved. Okay, I am French. You know that. I said it 10 times. But there are other languages in the world. Quite a lot of other languages. I will jump a little bit. Let's go to the map of the world. So the world looks like this. If you don't know, it's just because you are used to wrong maps all the time. We are somewhere on the bottom right, so there's a lot of things that exist in the world we don't see. And going to jump that. In Fedora, there are a lot of language. Of course, it's an operating system. There are software coming from everywhere. There are 357 languages, including locales. I will say what it is next slide. So it's a lot, but we don't care because it's just a number. We need something to compare it. Okay, this very nice and easy to read graphics is a distribution that tells us where is each language. And I have seen this graph for weeks now, months, and this tells you that situation is not good because there are two languages that have good number of packages that have a started translation, a good number of translated strings, but most of the locales, the languages, are very far on the left on this graph. It means most of the languages have very few packages that are translated in their language. And this is not a good situation. So, okay, we have 357, but we don't care. What we want is a number of language with a good amount of translation. So, do we have enough translation? No, we don't have. And when we compare to the statistics about number of languages in the world, we are very, very far from the reality of the world. The world is 7,000 languages, maybe between 1,000 to 3,000 that have the ability to be written on a computer. And we have 357. I just see there's a number issue here. There's a bug. Which also includes locales. A locale is a specific way of speaking one language in one territory. I will simplify it like this. It's a little bit more complex. So, whatever we have a lot of languages in Fedora, it's not good enough because compared to the reality of the world, it's very small. So, it's not good. Do we have enough translation? No, we don't have. I tried to do a representation continent by continent. It's obvious there are so many missing languages in Fedora, but this is just the result of the other slides. This very also nice and easy to read graphic is an attempt to represent the amount of translation. This is horizontal data. This is the translation progress. So this is 1%. This is shit. Your software is not translated. This is 10%. It depends which software. Maybe some software are translated, but most are not. This is 100%. This is the goal, the holy grail that nobody will reach in its living. We will be dead before reaching that. So, and then, in vertical, we have the amount of speakers. So we will always find people why to invest some time for a community of 1,000 speakers. And this is a debate we should never have. And we don't even need to have it because languages with millions of speakers is not included in Fedora. So before arguing about should we enable that locale for this small community, we already have so many big community that we do not cover. And the statistics, all the statistics we have here are coming from the open source ecosystem. It's not only Fedora creation or software created inside Fedora. It's everything. In that, you have GNOME. So it's not normal to have so few translations. And then we have the community health. During the talk, I told you a little bit about the trends. Is the trends positive, negative, flat? And the learning is that there are 4 languages that will reach 100% of translation in the next century. And this is the optimist trend. So this is something that I would like to strengthen in our community, to have metrics to understand community health as a global operating system level, and to find the ways all together to improve that, so that we have 1,000 of languages that will reach 100% of translation in the century. Even if I will be dead, at least more people, we have a system that enables them to do whatever they want with it. So, there's another bug in the slide, but it's fine. I said 350 languages in Fedora, including only 222 that have a positive growth of number of words over time, including only 120 that have more than 3,000 new words per year. 3,000 new words is like a few days of work, maybe 1 day, maybe 2 days, 3 days. It's very limited amount of growth. Languages with a positive trend compared to everything that has to be translated in Fedora is only 36. So those metrics are not showing that there is not enough translators. They are showing that there is an issue in the way we do work as a community to add translation and make it available to the end users. And this is the issue I would like to work with the communities to improve. I had 4 hypotheses. The 2 first hypotheses are on the amount of available translation. And we have numbers to prove it. Numbers are, if you go into the details, you will see bugs, but still the overall idea it gives you about the situation is still valuable. We have to also go deep into the hypothesis about translation quality, translation consistency, because for sure there are some errors. We don't have the tooling yet, but we will have it, and we will make sure to share it to the world. So, if you are pessimistic, you have lost all hope, because our community have done free software for more than 40 years now, and if there are only 4 languages that will have good localization support in the next century, it means there is an issue that is huge. But as we have facts, we have something to discuss on to improve that situation and change the way we do translation, change the way we deliver translation to end user, and improve our way of working. And this is what gives me motivation to move forward. So, I still have 5 minutes, so I'm good. Perfect world for me is 5 people that have motivation to translate in their language. Whatever if this language is an invented language, like Esperanto, Klingon, or the language from a local community, or a variant from an existing language. I want French, but I want the computer not to assume that I am a guy. I don't care. 5 persons in the world should be able to work together. How do we make that happen? I will be giving a lightning talk at 2 p.m. I encourage you to put a bar. Please do it. And I would like our community, our open source community, to improve that, because for sure we do software for humans, to empower humans, and we don't do software only for machines to produce more domination, more money. We want humans to also be able to have software in their language. That's all for me. Thanks a lot for surviving all those numbers. I hope it makes sense for you.
Questions? So we have a question on metrics. Justin Wheeler would like to ask, what is something that would help localization team to reduce friction for both newcomer translators and long-time Fedora community translators? Both groups seem to have different needs and requirements.
That's a very good question. Does someone have an answer to that very interesting question from Justin? Because I'm not the only one with answers. No answers. That's a good question. It's you want to answer or you want to ask a new question?
I'm afraid I don't have the answer, but as a member of the Fedora localization community, I don't really understand the question of Justin, because I don't think there is a real fraction between long time translator and to new coming translator. But
really? Do you want to speak about Buddhist?
But
so in Czech community, there's a story that is a little bit funny. Is in the old time, like the Bible. Okay, the fact of to accept something is translated Buddhist, which is closer to so be it. And old-time translators in the GNOME community chose to use Buddhist instead of okay. And people that are using computers are saying this is a weird way to say so be it instead of okay. And there are sometimes some friction between old-time contributors and users. So typical use case here, we should find a way to find consensus in the way we do translations, and not the first one who survive the process to find the repository, open the pull request, get your stuff merged to be the one deciding for everyone else. We need to find a way that the users can say, okay, I want my system to have this word translated okay, and not Buddhist, or Buddhist, and not okay. And if there is a schism, I'm using Christian wording because then maybe there will be two translations available for Czech. One for people who like Buddhist, the Buddhist style translation of Czech, and the okay translation of Czech. And if there are 5 people maintaining the Buddhist style translation, it should be able to exist in our world. And if there are at least 5 persons willing to have an okay translation for Czech, it should exist also. So this is something that we should allow. And in addition to that, there are some people who like to use software in English for absolutely valid reason. Like, I do software engineering. I interact all the time with people in English. My software engineering tool, I want them to speak English because this is my language, my work language. But I want the rest of my system to speak French because this is my life language. And I want to be able to make that choice on my computer. And this is something that we should allow. And if some people want to translate pull requests in French, they should be able to do it. But I should be, as a user, able to say, not for me, thank you. I would like to have the English keywords, or I want to have the whole system translated, not translated, or only in English, because this is what I want. We only have 30 years of work to make that happen. But hopefully in 6 months we have a proof of concept.
I don't know, do you have any kind of overall graphics for the all language? I mean, like a combined.
Yeah, but it's ugly, and I am a little bit shy to show ugly numbers. So you want something with all the language? It's going to be ugly. You will see. So this is a demo. Normally it should not work, but wait. Maybe you cannot see it, but this is loading. So let's see if Postgres can answer that query. Yeah, wonderful. Is it what you are looking for? Does it answer your need? So I am a dreamer. I build worlds and stuff for humans. This is not for humans, but it's doable. I don't show it because it's anyone who can tell you something interesting about that is someone that have a lot of ability to speak, but it will not be anything relevant compared to the graphic. We can do it, but it means nothing. And all of this will be available someday. Right now, it's in the basement of our friend, so it's not publicly available. Basement computer science.
So we are out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Zatím nic. Zatím nic nevidím. Ne. Pořád černo, nic, nevidíme. Nothing, no progress. Alright, so let's use the camera again. No progress, nothing, just black. No. Still the same, just black.
Yep, I keep doing that. All right, so why is it making me? Okay, now let's go here. Try that, but that's really too small. I'm hoping
Still just black, no progress.
Okay, so let's check. I have a PDF of my.
Nope. No progress. Let's use the camera to catch it for stream.
No? Yes?
Maybe if what worked yesterday for colleagues was to move it to the second screen.
Yeah, it's already set that way. Yeah. See, it's set.
And if you take your presentation and just try to drag it to the second screen, would it work?
We don't see this in the streaming machine, so that something is uncompatible. If it's, yeah, I can capture this projection with the camera. It will be dirty, but it will be there.
Okay. Wait, so I want to move this. Is it even showing the second display?
Just give me a few seconds and.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, where's that display showing up? It's not. I don't understand. Let's go here. How come this won't let me move? Why won't this let me move this thing? No. Come on. How can I get this thing to move? Yeah, sort of moved it there finally. And now it stole my cursor. Ah, there we go. F11. That's not it. Except I don't want that. Now it stole my notes. AV troubles, don't we love them? So are you guys able to get that? Sort of. Yeah, sorry. I don't know what's going on. So if you're on the stream, this may look kind of odd because we're not able to capture it correctly through the regular AV system. So hopefully you guys can see behind the scenes there. All right, so yeah, we're already past time. Okay, my name is Kevin Finzi, and I'm going to talk to you today about a lovely scourge that we have going on with scrapers. So when you think of the word scraper, it has a particular connotation, but yeah, so we're going to go kind of over. Oops, come on. Now it's not letting me. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so I'm going to kind of go over a few topics here. Kind of talk a little bit about the history of pulling things off the internet and scraping content and how it was in the past and how kind of things have changed. There's a lot of different types of scrapers. I'm going to kind of go over what they are, how they look from my perspective. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about impacts that we've seen in Fedora infrastructure from this stuff, along with some impacts that have appeared in the media or other open source projects that have also seen the same sort of stuff. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about defense, what you can do to protect yourself or weather this storm from these scraper guys. And there's a variety of things we'll talk about there. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about what happens if this gets worse or there's no solutions to it or things like that. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It doesn't look very good. However, in the end, I'm going to talk a little about some more optimistic possibilities. And there's going to be a lot of speculation in that section of things. I don't actually know what the intent of the people who are doing this is. I just am able to speculate as to why they might do it or how they're doing it. And I have some good ideas about how, but the motivations are just speculation. We don't actually really know in the end. If anyone has questions, go ahead and shout them out, or I'm hoping to have some time at the end also. So a short little history of web crawling. Web crawling has been around a really, really long time, and there's a lot of very well-known tools to do this. There's crawler bots written in Python and Perl and all sorts of things. One of the first standards that came out of that is the robots.txt standard, which is a RFC. And this came out of the fact that some of these people who were scraping content caused problems for the sites. And of course, in those days at least, everyone wanted to be polite and not cause problems for other people. And so they got together and they thought, well, how can we do this in a way that doesn't bother the actual site? So robots.txt is just a little text file that tells these crawler bots that are well behaved, how often can you pull content, how often you can refresh it, are there certain paths on a website that they should not use, things like that. And it's completely voluntary. There is no requirement to pay attention to it, and indeed, lots of people do not. But in the early days, that was something that people did actually pay attention to. Let me see, where is that? I had a little note here. Oops. Yeah. And I'm trying to find it. Okay. Nope. Anyway, so there was a ton of norms that spiders had at this time, like how often you can crawl, how often you can refresh, that kind of thing. But again, these were all norms. They were not any kind of regulation, any kind of requirement, anything built into the protocol. These were all just like politeness type things. Tons of well-written building blocks. Like I said, there's a lot of scripts that handle this stuff for you. You can instantiate a crawler bot fairly easily with some of these building blocks. And finally, I wanted to mention archive.org. How many of you are familiar with archive.org and have used it? Yeah, almost everybody. So archive.org has been around a very long time, and they were established back in this era when everybody paid attention to robots.txt. And so in their crawling, they're actually very polite. It's very hard to actually notice that archive.org is crawling your site because it's at a slow rate and done very politely. Of course, search engines in this era were starting up, Google and the like, and they also had kind of a good incentive to be polite and not cause problems for sites. Sometimes they did, sometimes there were issues, but overall, like the major search engines were honoring the norms of the time, if you will. There's a number of different types. I've kind of divided this stuff into types. And the first type, which I'm calling type 0, is the one that I've just been talking about. So, oh, it did not advance. There we go. The first type is this type 0. And this is the one that I was just talking about. They're generally well behaved. Occasionally there's a runaway script. Somebody creates a new web spider or something like that, and they have a bug in their script, and it just goes in a loop, or it does something horrible. These are usually from a single network or IP address. They're pretty easy to deal with. We've been dealing with these for 20 years. Most of the time they're fine. Occasionally there's a bug or issue, and then you see, oh, I'm getting a lot of requests from this IP address. I'll just block them. Or, oh, the script I can see is causing problems, but I know who runs that script. I'll just tell them, hey, your script is causing problems. We have run into this in Fedora infrastructure. I remember a number of years ago, there was some bot that was scraping something, and I could see that it was coming from the Red Hat Czech office. And so, I contacted people there and I said, can you ask around and see who is doing this? And they actually found who was doing it. And the guy was like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean that to happen. So you can handle these pretty easily. They're fairly trivial. Oops. Did that advance? Oh, it advanced too much. Now it's not going back. So many AV problems. There we go. Okay. So the next type, which I've been calling type 1, these are something that just appeared in the last maybe 10 years. These are almost always cloud-based, so like a particular cloud, AWS or Alibaba or something like that. They come from a known block of cloud IPs. And these usually don't pay much attention to robots.txt, but they're usually relatively well behaved. And when they don't, they actually pass a user agent. When a web connection comes through, you can pass a user agent, say if you're Firefox or if you're whatever. And these guys usually will pass, Googlebot or some crawler bot, so you can see what traffic is from that particular thing. These are usually real companies that are, for whatever reason, trying to get this content. Search engines or particular companies that maybe some company wants, like all the Fedora sources for doing something. So these guys, again, usually don't cause a whole lot of problems, but if they do, they are fairly easy to block also, because they're coming from a known set of IP addresses, and they're passing things like user agent that you could block on if you need to block on. So they're not generally too bad a problem. Now we're starting to get to the fun ones. What I call the type 2 are still mostly cloud-based, and they're still coming from specific cloud blocks, so a particular cloud provider. But these guys use random user agents. They do not say they're XYZ crawler bot. They actually come up with random ones. And it's kind of funny because these random user agents are nonsensical a lot of the times. They're like, Mac OS 10, PowerPC, blah, 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 some things that do not actually make sense when put together. So it's just something is randomizing that completely. These are usually similar to the last type. They're well-known they're companies, but they're shadier companies. They're trying to get this data for some probably less legitimate purpose, and they are trying to conceal themselves, essentially. These guys do not pay any attention to robots.txt. They sometimes are a problem, and we'll get to some the mitigation stuff for these guys. And here's the fun, extra fun ones. So this is the last type, the type 3 folks. They seem to come from everywhere. They're any IP address. They're residential IP addresses, cloud IP addresses, different countries, just all over the world. They also use a completely random user agent or none, depending on the particular one. And these guys are almost certainly botnets or reseller type things. We'll get into at least a speculation of how these guys operate here a little later in the talk. But these are the worst type because it's very difficult to block them. There's nothing you can really pinpoint to block. There's not a specific IP address or network. There's not a user agent. There's not a particular pattern to any of this. So these guys are the really tough ones to block. So let's talk a little bit about impacts of this stuff. Obviously, some of the worst types, like that last type 3 guys, do denial of service. And you could certainly recall or notice if you do a lot of work in Fedora that we've had problems with these guys. So occasionally there's a service that goes down and it's like, well, the bot scrapers are after things again. This can also cause bandwidth costs, especially if you're a small company or an individual user and you just happen to have a site up. This can really drain your bandwidth and cause you some high bills. I have seen posts from people that are like, oh, I had my source code up on my personal computer at home, and it had a little web server, and so I could serve it to my friends, and the bots found it, and I had to turn it off because it made my connection completely unusable and cost me money and bandwidth. So we'll get into that also a little later, the further effects of that. Obviously, there's CPU, memory costs, that kind of stuff. And I kind of put licensing issues here because, well, we'll get into that a little bit more with the speculation type of thing. Okay. There we go. So, I want to talk about a few specific things that we have seen, and I think a lot of people have seen, just as kind of examples of the various types and what is going on. So Fedora provides a hotspot.txt file, and this is just a tiny little file that says OK in it. It's ASCII, it has 2 characters, and that's it. And the use of this file is so you can detect if you're behind a hotspot. So if you fetch that file and you get a file that says OK, you know you're not. You're directly on the internet. If you get HTML, some kind of portal page, you know that you're in a captive portal, you're behind a hotspot of some kind. So we set this up for Network Manager. I'm not sure if it's using it by default anymore. I think it might be, I'm not sure. But we get a lot of hits on it. A lot of people do use it. And when was it? A month or so ago, we got a lot of traffic. I noticed a lot of bandwidth being used. And it was this 2-character, tiny little text file being fetched millions and millions and millions and millions of times. The bot just decided for whatever reason that this was great, and you needed to fetch it 100 million times in case it was different from different regions or something like that. It may be. Yeah, this also was a problem for us because we don't do any caching or strange things to that file because we want it to always just serve that file, nothing else, no matter what. And if there was a caching layer and the cache messed up, then it would return a cache page and people would think they were all behind a hotspot. In the distant past, we have messed up that file a couple of times for various reasons, and then the reports flood in. Everything says it's a hotspot. What's going on? So it is an important file, but yeah, that's not fun. CSS, fonts, and legal pages. This is another thing. If you've noticed, any of the Fedora site pages have a little footer that's like, you know, Fedora project, blah, 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 privacy policy, blah, blah, blah. And they're all using kind of a common theme and CSS files. And those things get hit just a metric ton. So we did do a bunch of caching on that, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But if you have things that are included in other pages, that is something that you're going to see a lot of scraper activity on. Costly endpoints. There's actually a really good example, both on source.fedoraproject.org and pagera.io. You may or may not have noticed, I don't think very many people have noticed, you can't, Pagera has a feature where if you're looking at source code or in a Git repo, you can actually click a git blame and see when each one of the lines changed in a commit. Well, that's disabled now, and for this particular reason, because the bots would come, they'd hit a Git page, hit blame, and get links to every single one of those commits, and then follow each one of those commits, and then hit Git blame again, and like just basically poorly translating the Git repo via scraping HTML pages. So we had to disable that. We've had to disable a couple of things on Koji at times. There is a Koji page that gives you RPM info. So you can click on an RPM, it'll show you all the packages in it and all the files and modes and all that stuff. And for a while they were really hitting that. And that was causing huge database loads. So it would make a request, give me the RPM info for this RPM, and then Koji would have to like pull it out of its database and format it and send it back, and then it would request 100,000 more of them. So we did actually manage to mitigate that. That should be all enabled again, but that's an example of an expensive endpoint. So if you have something that hits a database backend or does a lot of complex queries or things like that, it's definitely going to be something that gets affected by this issue. And the last but most fun one. So OS tree, we ship OS tree repos for our Atomic folks, and the way those are constructed, it's a tree, and it's sort of like a Git repository. It's got objects in it and refs and so forth. But for its efficiency in the objects directories, it makes every directory have 32,000 objects, because that's the kind of most efficient way to represent this. And OS tree itself does not look at those directories or list them or anything like that. It's just pulling objects out of those based on the other information that it has. However, we had unfortunately left indexes on that tree. And so the scrapers found out that they could just do a directory listing on everything, and of course they did. So the objects directories, it would do directory listings, and that would require the backend server that's serving that to stat every single file in there so that it could print the little pretty date stamp and size on everything. And some of those requests were taking like 2.5, 3 minutes, and it would fire off 1,000 of them. And so, of course, the server dragged to its knees. This has a simple solution. Obviously, we turned off directory indexes. But again, that's an example of something that's expensive, maybe that you don't even know is out there, and the scrapers will find it. Yes, this a little segue here. So the scraper, as I mentioned in the very beginning, there's software to do spidering and crawling of websites. It's very well known. It has been created over many years, and bugs have been worked out and so forth. These guys, especially the type 2 and 3, are not using that at all. There is no efficiency whatsoever. Individual files are fetched hundreds of thousands of times by different IP addresses. And I don't know if that's just because they don't care, they have enough resources to not worry about reconciling or doing things in a more efficient manner, or perhaps it's that they vibe coded this thing and they have no idea what it does. So we don't know. We can only really speculate. No delaying. It does things over and over and over again. It gets into loops sometimes. If you have a file A that points to file B, that points to file C, that points back to A, it'll just like keep going around that loop over and over and over again, fetching all of those files. Like the hotspot.txt was another example where, you know, it had that content. It's 2 characters. It is nothing rocket science there, but yet it still had to fetch it hundreds of millions of times. There's no error handling, so sometimes it'll hit an endpoint, get an error, but it'll just keep hitting that endpoint in the hopes of perhaps catching it when it isn't tossing an error. So I can only really speculate on what they're doing or whatnot, but it is not efficient in any way. So let's talk a little bit about mitigations. One of the first things that we did that's easy to do and is actually a win for other reasons is to set up caching, right? So if you have something that's getting hit a bunch of times, you can just cache it. And there was a lot of low-lying fruit in that arena for us. We had a lot of them hitting source.fedoraproject.org, but like every one of those requests was doing the CSS and font files. We cached those. There was just a lot of things that were very easy to cache and improve performance on. And that actually benefits everybody, not just the scrapers. It makes things faster for everyone. Of course, you could throw more resources. We've had this issue as well. Our wiki started getting crawled a few months ago, and it was having trouble like just processing the page requests there. So we ended up just giving it more resources. We gave it more CPUs, and then it was able to keep up relatively well. That may be an option. It just depends on what your infrastructure is like and how it is set up. Stop serving things you don't want. This is a good pointer back to that OS tree thing. We don't need directory indexes there. We can turn them off. There are certain endpoints that we don't need. There have been services or things that we found that start to get crawled, and we're like, oh, nobody uses that. That should have been removed in the first place. So we just take it down and drop it. So yeah, stop serving things you don't need or want is another possible option. Let's see. So just talking about the particular types, the 0 and 1 guys, you know, it's fairly easy to mitigate. You can block them by IP, you can block them by user agent, you can contact users, you can ignore them if they're relatively well behaved. That's pretty easy to deal with. However, the type 2 and 3 guys are, again, more interesting. It's impossible to kind of block them via IP. We actually started doing that when this wave of scrapers hit about a year ago, I think it was. We thought, oh, well, it's just some kind of group or something like that, and we'll just block IPs when we know they're abusive and hit something. And we ended up blocking like millions of IPs, and it just became completely untenable. You know, even using IP sets. What was the country we had to block? Yes, I was just about to get to that. So there was a point where we were getting saturated, and we just wanted to kind of get things back online long enough to try and fix things. And it turned out that a lot of the traffic was coming from the country of Brazil. And I have a theory for why that is, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But yeah, it's blocking by IP or net blocks just doesn't work. Additionally, a lot of people have blocked, you know, say a request comes in and it's scraping, it hit 100 things, it's obviously not a human, you want to block it. A lot of people are like, oh, well, to make it easier, you just block its net block. You block its class C network of that IP address. And the problem with that is that many of these guys are coming from residential IP addresses. So sure, you can block that, but then a whole bunch of random people that maybe want to use Fedora can't actually reach things anymore. We did block Brazil briefly, and then we removed it because we actually had some contributors who said, hey, I can't get to anything, what's going on? And we're like, well, sorry about that. And we were able to put other mitigations in place and then get rid of that block. But there's definitely regions that are where this stuff is coming from more than others. So there is a proof of work, which I'll talk about briefly, which we're using Anubis for. There are other things that do this. In fact, you could do a very simple one, implement a very simple one yourself easily. All you have to do is you get a connection, you make the connecting party do something, and you give them a cookie. And then you just allow everybody who has that cookie passed. These are very easy to implement on that level, a very simple level. Anubis does a whole bunch of other things also, which is kind of why we're using it. It does the proof of work. It blocks a whole bunch of these botnets that are identifiable via IP address. It already has those lists available in it. And it has a policy framework, so you can say, this kind of request is fine, let it pass through. This kind of request is very suspicious. You should give it a very difficult proof of work problem. You can adjust the weights and so forth. The way Anubis works is that same simple principle. A request comes into it, it evaluates its little policy to see what's going on, if it should reject it outright or allow it or whatever. And then it pops up the little, anime thing, and your browser is given a proof of work challenge. It does that for a certain amount of time. It gets a signed cookie back to the browser. So in theory, after that, that cookie is still good. It doesn't have to do any more proof of works. You proved. Yeah, there's some issues around that, unfortunately. So one of the things that people see as a problem here is that the type 3 scrapers, the botnet army, doesn't care so much about proof of work, right? They using captured machines or something like that. They don't care if that request is a little slower or whatnot. However, it does actually provide one other good feature, which is it slows them, right? So if they could normally make 1,000 requests, having to stop and do the proof of work slows them down to where you have much fewer requests that are actually being processed on the other end. So Anubis has been great for us. It's helped a lot with a lot of sites. Anubis is now also adding that other feature there. You can tar pit or maze these things. So if you find something that is a suspected bot, you can feed it a bunch of bogus generated data to keep it busy. We don't have any of that stuff enabled. I don't think that that's particularly productive because you're having to generate stuff on your end. You're still wasting the bandwidth of talking to them, and it just doesn't seem particularly worthwhile unless you were a bot investigator type who needed or wanted that level of things. Another thing that I've seen a number of sites do now is authentication. I know RPM Fusion had to move their Koji behind a login password, and there's a lot of other sites on the net that start getting scraped, start having all these problems, and then they're like, let's just put a username and password over it, and oh well. I think that's sad because a lot of these things are open source and they would have been open before, but now they get put behind this login wall just because of this particular problem. But we'll talk about that in a moment too. So here we have some industry responses to this particular problem. So Cloudflare created a thing called a crawl control. I don't know how many of you have heard of this thing. Yeah, it's not very widely known. So their idea is basically that you register with them, and then when crawlers crawl your site, then they pay Cloudflare, and Cloudflare pays you. And so there's like a monetary remuneration for the crawling activity. This, as far as I can tell, has gotten almost no traction. Nobody cares about it. And in order for it to work, they would have to have relationships with those particular scrapers. And I think universally the difficult type of them are not legitimate companies that would have a business relationship with pretty much anyone. So that hasn't really taken off in my experience. There's another one that also has been proposed as a standard this time, RSL standard. Anybody heard of it? No? So it's actually written by the same guy who created RSS. And it's a very similar idea that you have a relationship with the scrapers, and there's money that takes place transmitting around. And also this has gotten no traction as far as I can tell. Nothing supports it. Nobody is actually using it, and no particular bots are paying any attention to it. Another option that a couple of companies have taken is just to try and sell your data out cheaply enough to where they don't want to scrape it because they could just buy it from you. And there have been a number of companies that have done this. I know with like Wikipedia, you can buy Wikipedia, all the content of it in a pretty easy to digest format instead of having to scrape their sites. This I don't think has really taken off that much because, again, it's very difficult to have a relationship with some unknown crawler person. But also, well, we'll get into that with the speculation part of things as to why they are doing this. So let's talk about the grim part of things. So caching, adding resources, things like that, which we're okay now, we're serving everything, but we're still being scraped pretty much all the time. So what happens if they put on a burst of speed and our caching no longer is enough, and our adding resources is not enough? And I don't know what the answer is to that, but it's not good. And we have a lot more resources than a lot of other people. And so we're already seeing this with like home, I have a small little Forgeo instance where I put my open source code. Oh no, it's getting, scraped into the ground. I'll just take it down. It's not, and that's sad. I think it's closing the internet a bit more to the world. There's now a bunch of sites, I don't know if you guys have seen this in the news, that are blocking archive.org because, not because archive.org is scraping them and causing them problems, but because companies do not want the scrapers to scrape archive.org and get their data. So a lot of news companies are doing this now. Like, they're just basically forbidding archive.org to archive their news sources, things like that. This is, again, a consequence of just the reason that all this is happening. It's the next slide. Okay. So many sites are moving behind auth. So one of the things we should kind of mention is why? Why are they doing this? What is the point of all this? And we don't know. We can't be sure. But it seems pretty likely that it is being pulled for training data for AI companies. And they need or want a continuous influx of new data to be used for training. So, they need to keep feeding that trading data. Let's go ahead and go on to the next one. So there is some hope, I think, and we'll do some speculation here. So there have been some very large botnet takedowns so far in 2026. There have been at least 3 botnets taken down that have been over like 10 million nodes, something like that. And usually these are taken down by concerted efforts of large players like, FBI and Microsoft and those sort of folks, and they get control of the botnet's command and control method and tell it to shut itself down and then like arrest the people who were running it. I think that case of Brazil, where we were talking about earlier, I looked a bit into that to see if I could figure out what was going on, and this is again speculation, but there's a lot of VPN providers out there. Have you guys seen ads for, run a VPN in your browser, $19 for the rest of your life? If you look at the fine print on some of those, they say, you could use this VPN and you can browse other places, but we reserve the right to use your internet connection as we want in the background. So I have a feeling that there was a very popular VPN network in Brazil that a bunch of people bought that was being used for the purposes of scraping other sites. And so that's why it was coming from Brazil. I think I even found the VPN provider that was doing it. So a lot of these things are IoT machines. A lot of these things are like users' desktops and they have no clue, and it's, but anyway, they have taken down some of these guys, so that's good. What if the scrapers become smarter? What if they started paying attention to robots.txt? What if they, they're scraping all this data over and over and over again. There's no reason for them to scrape the data 10 million times. They could also be smarter about, I'm scraping this. Oh, it's a Git repo. Why don't I just Git clone it? And, so I think there may be some of this. It'll depend on what the appetite for new data is. But, they've scraped us completely, right? They've scraped everything that we have open. So why would they scrape us again? Again, it's just poor coding, and there's no incentive for them to do this. But if their botnets get constrained and perhaps they want more efficiency out of what they're doing, they'll start doing things like this. A lot of sites also provide, downloads that have all the content, like here's all of our spec files in this tarball. So, things like that could be easy for them to actually automate. Speculation, this is a long shot, especially for if any of you are from the US, but there could be legislation for this. There could be things where if you scrape sites, you have to do it in a certain way, or it's illegal to scrape sites in a certain other way, or it's illegal to use data for training that is from an unscrupulous site that doesn't have provenance as to how they fetched it, or things like that. This is a long shot, but I thought I'd add it up there. And then, of course, the last fun one there, what happens if the bubble bursts and there stops being a market for the training data? Well, that could happen also. Or it could be that, there's less use for that after a while because everyone's moving to smaller models that are training on like specific data instead of like the internet. So it's possible. And that is it. And it took longer than I thought. But questions? Anyone? Here? Oh, over here.
I'd like a question, like if you've considered the influence of like user agents, the AI agents people deploy these days on their laptops and whatnot on this, because it seems to me like this is like a new source of these requests, which is coming from all over the place, because yes, they are all over the place. And they are disorganized, and they don't respect the robots.txt or anything else because their users haven't asked them to. They just asked them like, hey, get me information about like Fedora packages. Right. And the helpful agent, what does it do? Well, it looks up Fedora. It reads first like 10 lines of whatever because it doesn't fill its context, then asks for more, and progressively goes through, the repos. And finally, after like 20 minutes and 10,000 tokens response, yes, there is a package.
Yeah, no, we have thought about that. It seems like the patterns of access aren't like that. It's not like fetching this and then fetching kind of related things. It's more like, A to Z going down a list type of thing. So I think most of those requests from users are kind of lost in the noise of regular users who go to the site. But it's speculation. It's hard to know what they're doing.
So you said we could use legislation, but there is already the Computer Fraud Abuse Act, and since your computer is down due to that scraper, we work for the same company, so I likely have the answer. Did you try to discuss that with your legal department already, or?
I haven't. That's a good suggestion. That's certainly worth an avenue. Yeah.
So assuming that the scrapers are going to remain stupid for a while, can we get a magic header that we all agree on? Like, I met Kevin at Vlog header, and when I add it to my browser, I will bypass Anubis all the time?
That's a good suggestion. We could look at that. Anubis, if you pass it a content type and a user agent of any kind, it actually almost always will let you through. But I see what you mean. Like, as using your browser, you want to be able to bypass. Yeah, I mean, Anubis can block or it has a pretty good policy language. So you can say, if this user agent is this, or, you know, whatever. So we could potentially do that. I don't think they would ever notice that it existed, because they don't. Yeah. Well, or perhaps related to that, like have some sort of cookie, check for a cookie that you've logged into for a Fedora account system or something.
Yeah, or that you have like a packager role, just so like you can't just create an account that just scrapes everything anyway. But
they don't go to the trouble.
Well, they might. But yeah, have you considered that maybe some people, quote, just want to see the world burn and enjoy wasting resources?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose. We don't know. I mean, it could be. It could be.
Isn't there a way to kind of rate limit anyone with some kind of exponential,
Yeah, so that's kind of one of the things we tried early on, and other people probably have tried too. But again, you run into the IP problem with those later types. So they have, say, 10 million IP addresses, and it's scraping your site at 5,000 requests a second, but almost none of those are coming from the same IP. So like one IP will only hit you, once an hour or something like that, whereas so that, because of the distributed denial of service type of thing, that becomes difficult.
Okay, so we at AWS are also one of your scrapers. So we basically scrape whatever in Fedora in our own infrastructure to build packages. So previously we were hitting the Anubis system while downloading tarballs from Fedora, but somehow it was fixed by adding some magic headers. And we don't know why it works, but we shamelessly copied it from.
Yeah, I think we mentioned this earlier. If you're getting stuff and you pass an accept header, like what things you want to accept, and a user agent of any kind that, not null, it will almost certainly let you through. So it might be those headers that got changed somehow.
Yeah. And
if you do not have those headers, Anubis thinks, surely this is a bot, because that you should have those headers for like a browser.
So how can downstream distros scrape you the right way?
That also is a really good question. I think we try, if it's coming from a single IP address and it's being well behaved, we don't have any problem with that. I think if it needed to be more distributed or it was a higher rate, contact us and just, get approval or at least acknowledgement that that's what you're going to do. But the legitimate scraping stuff is just so much less problem than the distributed stuff, so we don't even notice it usually.
Okay, yeah, I have a very related question. Like we are doing some AI assisted automation, and we've bumped into this issue. So I guess like the answer is similar. Like try to work with you. Like we are hitting similar issues with other like upstreams as well. But so we would just suggest to using the headers, and if that doesn't help, probably contacting you directly and trying to work this out.
Yeah, and we have worked with, I don't know, half a dozen folks that are doing particular things in our infrastructure, and they pass a particular user agent that we allow, or some other characteristic of their traffic. So, yeah.
Oh, hi, Kevin. Well, you know that we have had our fair share of troubles with how Anubis misbehaves, let alone letting scrapers misbehave. So that's a different part of the problem. Is there a way with which Anubis can know that the request is coming from inside the network, you know, instead of us having to do this monkey business of changing headers every now and then? Because right now it's the application/JSON, tomorrow it might be something else, right? And especially for an application that we maintain, Forgeo's migrator, you know, the one that takes things from Pagure, right? I think that there should be a better way of doing this because we upstreamed it. They are not happy, but hey, it works.
Yeah, there may be a better way to do that. Anubis has a really rich language. You can do IPs and networks and so forth. Sometimes it's easier to do user agent just because
it just gets things done.
Right. But yeah, I mean, I think they're probably, the Anubis upstream folks, I think, haven't written like a guide to how to do this because they don't want to write a guide to how to do this so that you know, people will misuse it.
No worries, we can scrape your documentation.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, Anubis is really popular. It's being used all over the place, so I have a feeling they're watching it. Who else? Oh.
If nobody has a serious one, I wanted to tell the story of the AI scraper system that wasn't. So there was a time when Kevin was on PTO and the rest of us were all terrified.
I do take PTO from time to time.
Yeah, and I was, monitoring the network quite late at night one night, and I thought, oh God, there's this huge flood of requests coming into Koji. And we have Koji behind Anubis. Has somebody figured out how to scrape through Anubis? This is a huge problem, and Kevin isn't here. We're doomed. So I started looking at it, and it was weird, and I found all the requests were coming from specific internal IP addresses. And then, for people who don't know, I'm the OpenQA guy. And then I realized the IP addresses were the OpenQA servers. And then I realized I had DDoS myself with the stupid Koji thing, producing hundreds of thousands of requests. So, yeah, I did it to myself. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want to share one fun story as well. We are maintaining Copper, and it was when botnets fall in love with the Copper, discovered it, and I said, okay, so our Copper front end runs on 4 CPUs, 8 GB RAMs, and it's fine, it serves all your community pretty fine with these resources. And I say, let's not fight with the bot, let's feed them in the throat as fast as we can and double the resources. It lasts a few minutes. So double the resources. We are sponsored by AWS, thankfully for that. And as I said, let's see who is bigger, the botnet or AWS. So we were double the resources every often. And I think we end up with 128 CPUs, 1 terabyte of RAM. And it was not enough. It lasted like a few hours before the botnets destroy the computer again. So then we deployed the Anubis, and we roll back to 4 CPUs and 8 GB RAM.
Yep.
So
Yep.
that's
Do you remember a couple of years back I was working on this thing called Fedora Contributor Activity Service, and I was hammering on data grepper, right? Like there was no tomorrow, and I was using GitHub Actions for it because why not? And they got a faster speed, so lesser latencies. But at some point in time, you came to me and you were like, well, this this is definitely not him because he's in India and this IP addresses of US, right? And well, that happened, and well, at that point in time, I think querying data grabber is something that is going to happen pretty soon, given just how our focus has become in finding community health metrics. So we better be careful from here on out, right?
Yep, absolutely.
No more questions?
Now I wonder if when previous story bot was running on AWS too. I wonder if bot was on AWS. Oh yeah, it was AWS versus AWS. It's highly
Yes.
Great, yeah.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Hi. So, anyway, let's take a quick poll before we get started here. Like, how many of you actually read the release notes and documentation for software you run before you get into an issue? Can I get a raise of hand? I am really impressed, guys. This is so people who raise their hand, like look around you, like those are like superhuman users. We love you. I don't. I only go to the documentation and release notes like after I run into my first issue or I run into something unexpected. So my name is Frédéric Lefebvre. I'm a principal engineer at AWS working on the Amazon Linux product. And today I'm going to be talking about machine-readable package lifecycle data. So the problem we're really trying to solve here is how do we make users aware of like the package lifecycle? How do we make them aware of changes to the support status of software that they are running? And this is very much a communication issue, right? If we establish that like not all humans read documentation and not all humans are able to remember documentation, especially when they are running an OS that has multiple lives of support, multiple years of support, as opposed to like a few months, like the favorite Fedora version. How do we make sure that they can make security, like safe security decisions throughout the lifetime of the OS and that they know what they are getting into? And when you look at the list of installed packages on the distribution, or when you have a Linux box and you look at the packages you have installed, there's very little difference between a package that is end of life, that is not getting support anymore, from a package that is just not getting updates because it's so stable and so mature. Right? What information do we have available, right, to make kind of security decisions in those contexts? Right? We have, is the package in my repository, and do I have security advisories or bug fixes advisories for this package? But in the absence of data, right, I cannot infer the state of a package unless I go and refer back to my release notes. So this is the problem that we are trying to solve here. And so before I go further, because this was made for Amazon Linux, and I know that like from talking to folks here this weekend, not everybody is aware of what Amazon Linux is and how it differs from other distros. I want to make sure that we share the same context on like why this came to life and why some of the design decisions were made in this project. So Amazon Linux is the AWS like Linux distribution that we use to run our own services. It's also widely used by a lot of customers running on EC2 or using other AWS services. We offer a stable base that's supported for 5 years. I say stable, I avoid like LTS or I avoid talking about ABIs because we do update packages, we update package versions, but some packages we will just not touch for 5 years. We backward patches and we make those decisions based on each package. We offer multiple kernels, and that's where we're starting to get into territory where we need to talk about lifecycle. So we ship multiple kernels. Each of those kernels is supported for 4 years. So if you're really good at math, you're already seeing that all kernels have a lifetime that is less than the operating system. So customers who start running Amazon Linux today, or we start with a new version, they are going to have to update kernel at some point. Or kernels are namespaced, so they won't get the update through like just a DNF update. They have to specifically go from one version of the package to another version. And we also do the same mechanism for multiple, like mini runtimes. The language runtimes on Amazon Linux, we tend to offer multiple versions of the same runtimes. We have customers who want to run PHP. Got to help them. They want to run the latest versions, but they don't want to take a breaking change when they go from one version to the next, and so they want to control the velocity at which they are changing from one version to the next. And on my part, I don't want to backward patches to 5 different versions of PHP. So the deal we're making here is I'm going to give you multiple versions of PHP, but I want you to get off of the old versions before they are supported by the upstream motors. And well, Amazon Linux is script validated if you care about those things. So what it is that we want to know about the state of our packages as we run or as we operate all Linux distributions. I'd like to know if my package is currently supported. Right? Do all packages I have installed on my box, or are they all currently supported? Do they all have the same level of support, right? Are they receiving all fixes, or are they only receiving a subset of fixes? And when will the support status change, like next, right? Can I expect to keep running them for the next 2 years? Do I have a 6-month runtime on them, and so on? And from the perspective of the distro, right, so for Amazon Linux, and because we offer multiple versions of the same packages, we wanted this information to be like specific to each package. And the way that we apply it to the distro at large is that the support status of the distro is the sum of the support status of all of its packages. Right? When our distro goes end of life, right, it means that from our point of view, every package has reached its end of life and nothing is supported anymore. So we don't differentiate between the support status of the package and the support status of the distro. It's a bit of an attempt to make this thing generic. And I want to know, do all packages have a kind of consistent support lifecycle in my distribution? And this, on some distros, it's kind of a given. On Amazon Linux, it's not. We may also be running multiple repositories, and different repositories could have also different level of support built into them. And so why is it important to have this information like readily available? It's a compliance problem, right? So for customers who run distributions that are supported for a long time, right? It's important to know, it's important to be able to know, are my packages supported, but also how can I prove it, right? How can I demonstrate, like programmatically, that the packages are supported? How can a security scanner run and confirm to me that all of those packages are fully supported, and that I can meet my compliance obligations, and that I can make my security vendors and my auditors and my security people super happy about the way I operate my systems. I may want to end like packages, support for packages before the end of support of the distro. Like we talked about the kernel a few moments ago. I want to have the confidence to be able to release a package and know that I can let customers know that this package support is going to end at the point in time that is ahead of the distro. And they will not be able to find this information without going through like release notes and release notes for point releases. Like what I've been doing previously, we've put out release note and say, so this package will become unsupported or will be deprecated 2 releases from now. And now like you have to keep that in mind, right? And security vendors and scanner vendors have to build this into their product if they wish us to. So it's really hard to have kind of a consistency in the experience, and all of trying to kind of defeat the fact that the system is built on like humans being able to like kind of remember this information through their day-to-day cognitive load. And things happen, right, as well. We may want to push out the end of support of a product. I may have released this Python version on that date, thinking it's going to be supported until this other imaginary date. I have customers using it. I don't want to break them. I may decide I will keep supporting them. So I need a way to communicate that to them, and I need a way to communicate in the way that it can be verified. Security events happen, right? We saw a lot of if people remember like Log4j a few years ago. If I have a distro that's running for many years, like we support Amazon Linux for 5 years, 4 years in, right? We may have a really hard time supporting some of those packages, right? The upstream maintainers might have moved on. My packages might have been abandoned like years ago. We've been backporting patches. There are breaking changes, protocol changes, right? So how do we get customers off without just telling them about it? And prior to having those systems, we'll put out blog posts, put out announcements, put out like release notes. We never know, we can never prove, right? Our customers reading this, our customers changing their behavior based on this information that we are broadcasting to them. And I like to ask like product managers, can you prove to me that anyone has read this announcement that we've made? And I've been challenging them for that for years, and nobody has ever been able to get back to me with an answer. So our solution to this is the support.info.xml file. It's a machine readable and version file format that we have added to the Amazon Linux repository. This was added a couple of months ago. Prior to that, we experimented with this system. Like over many years, we have had a few iterations of a similar system. It offers like package-specific and repository-specific support information. It defines like support levels for each of the packages, and it's specific to each repositories as well. We use it to generate human-readable information. Anyone have questions?
Why XML?
Is
that mean? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm not a huge fan of XML. We want the package manager to use this, and so we know that the package manager already has to understand XML. We have all the libraries installed. It's a very expressive format. It's very verbose. It's hard for a human to like write and read, but it's very easy to like for a machine to like write it, generate it, and validate that what we have generated like matches the expectation. So it's easy to verify, and it's really good at like, kind of expressing complex information.
That's why we use it in Kiwi for image creation.
I would have loved to use YAML for this. It's just like it's a very large file, and I need a way to make sure that whatever we generated like matches the schema, and XML is very well suited for this. And I like to know that like DNF supports XML natively, so I know I have the libraries available everywhere I want to use this. So we use it to generate the human readable information, so we know that we have consistent data across the online documentation and the machine readable information. And we've tried to make this extensible to other distros, so we try to keep it as generic as possible if anyone like is inclined to try something like this. And we've also tried to make it extensible to multiple dimensions of support level. So we've been like, for the last few minutes, we've been talking about like the support level from the perspective of security, right? Are we patching all CVs? Are we patching only important? Are we patching only critical? And many distros do that for like extended support and so on. But they are, as distro vendors, like we make other decisions based on packages, right? And sometimes we assume that customers kind of read our mind and know like what we have, how we think through packages. And some packages in the distros are made available strictly for our own use, right? We carry those packages because we need them to build the environment. We need some libraries to operate the package manager, for example. But do we support every arbitrary use cases of those packages? And as those packages ages, right? Sometimes we make security decisions, like 4 years down the road, maybe we're going to evaluate this library, and we're going to look, so how it is used by the OS versus how it could be used by arbitrary customers. So how will we communicate to those users that they might not want to be using this package, or that we are like doing different type of security evaluation, different type of security decisions for this package?
Is that in a graphical user interface, or is it just in XML and people have to parse it out to know when things are going in and going to go out of support and such?
On the next slide, or 2 slides from now, we're going to talk about the DNF plugin. So there's a CLI, no graphical interface, but there's a graphical interface for geeks that's available. And also, it's XML, we can build other tools. We display this information since we generate the human readable information, like online. We have on the Amazon Linux website, you can find information about each of the packages and all of the life cycle that is made from this data. But we really made this with scanner vendors in mind and security vendors in mind. Like our end goal would be, like, if you're running Nessus or if you're running other security scanners, can you get notified by your tool? And so it's not so much for human consumption. It lives in Amazon Linux repositories. You can find it. Sorry. Can't see my screen anymore. You can find it on our CDN that we use for our containers. This is available to anywhere in the world, so this is not restricted to the AWS infrastructure. You might notice it sits a little bit outside of the repository. It's not in the repo data itself, but because Amazon Linux has a kind of a different repo structure than other distros, and because we do deterministic updates, we carry some repo metadata outside of the repository itself. Anyone could make the decision to just put it into repo data.
Let me ask,
how does the deprecation data get populated? Where do you get that data from? Do humans put it in? Do you scrape it from a location?
So I skipped ahead here. I will have to go back, but we pre-generate, like we generate the original data at the time when we launch the distro. And so our base assumption is that we support every package we put in the distro is going to be supported until the end of life of the distro, and then there are exceptions. Or the way that Amazon Linux is a commercial product, right? We have teams of people working on it. Those teams own packages. And that model is somewhat similar to Fedora SIGs in a way, and we have each package as a very specific owner, and every owner is responsible for the lifecycle data for the package. And because we integrate this into our release tooling, the package doesn't get released if it doesn't have lifecycle information attached to it. So it's kind of a requirement.
Thank you.
So the way that we think about the lifecycle of a package, right? It's not just binary, it's not just supported and unsupported. They all can be different level of support. They can be unlimited level of support, right? You can have extended support, very extended support, very, very extended support, and so on. And most of those stages, the most basic way to use this is we map those stages to severity of CVEs or severity of bug fixes that will be addressed in that specific stage. And the way we structure it is that the file carries a list of packages. Each package is attached to a lifecycle, and each lifecycle has a list of phases that are predefined. We have the concept of a package origin because in the case of Amazon Linux, we can ship the same package in different repositories, and it can have a different lifecycle in different repositories. So we have our SPAL repositories, which are very similar to Opal, and we have customers sometimes will ask us to promote a package from SPAL to the core repos where it gets a higher level of support. And so if we do that, we need to be able to assess on the instance, do we have the original version from SPAL that's installed that has a limited support and maybe unsupported at this point, or do we have the version from core that is still supported? And so we identify the origin of a package based on the repo ID and distro identifier, signing key, and vendor. And we do kind of a greedy match on those to determine what we have on the instance. You can find the code on GitHub. This is very fresh. This was pushed this morning. There's a reference Python library, Python module that reads the file, exposes an API to run queries against the data. It's also what we use to validate the file against the XML schema. It's used by our DNF support info plugin. And we support the legacy in the v1.0 format, and you might be wondering, it was published this morning, why do you have already a legacy format? We've been experimenting with this for years. So when we did release the L2023 in 2023, it came with a different support info file that was sitting on the instance and not in the repositories. It has a kind of a binary state of supported and unsupported. Information is a little bit less rich. And so what we published this week is kind of the evolution of this system and based on the learning that we've made in using this. We've also been using this for years to operate internal infrastructure at Amazon. We use this internally to be able to scan that every instances or no instances are running packages that we have flagged as end of life or end of support. We also have making available a plugin for DNF4. It's the support info plugin. So it adds the support info node to the DNF command line, allowing you to query data for a specific package, for a list of packages, or just to filter packages based on their support state or the end of support dates. It's also available on GitHub. This one is in the development tree. So the version we run, this isn't released in our repositories yet. We still use the legacy, an older version of the DNF plugin in the Amazon Linux 2023. And some sample output of what it looks like if you query for a single package. You get the status of the package. This one is currently supported or was supported when I ran this command. You get the end of support date of this one as the lifetime of the distro, so 2028. And we're currently fixing everything for this. So there's still outstanding works to keep this going. We're hoping to kind of compress the size of the format, the size of the format a little bit right now because we carry an entry for every single RPM in the distro. It can get pretty large. So we're considering maybe making kind of default lifecycle per package origin, or supporting wildcards for the matching packages. We want to enable system operators to block installation of unsupported packages in the package manager. I would very much like for all users to be able to define policies where on my fleet, I don't want anyone to be able to install a package that goes end of support within 6 months. And we should look at the DNF5 support as well. So this is about it. Any question? Is that interesting? Oh yes, questions. I love questions.
Is this plugin and tooling to produce this XML file available in Fedora main?
No.
And when will be?
It can be.
Can I ask, please?
it's not something I have considered, but during your question, it's probably something I should have considered. Yeah, we'll look into this.
I guess similarly, are there asks from Fedora that from parts of this that you feel would make more sense in Fedora? I think in with RHEL we're looking at something similar. I don't know all the details, but I think being discussed. So it'd be interesting to know which parts make sense in Fedora from your experience.
I think the life cycle of Fedora being so much shorter, right? I think this is less of a problem. The way that Fedora runs its infrastructure as well, the way that like repos get moved after a while, like you don't, like a user will have been running like Fedora Core 8, right, will have had to change its repo URL between then and now in order to keep using them. While in our case, we want to let our customers keep running old ancient version of Linux if they choose to do so because they control the security environment or because they have access that this is safe for them to do it. So we have a bit of a kind of different constraint. I think I will see the value in like the end of support of Fedora is almost deterministic, right? But it's very much relative to the next version, the next two versions that get released. So I think I will see some value there if we could like programmatically flag that like this thing is done and you need to move on from it. So yeah, I think I will look into what it takes to bring it into Fedora.
How do you deal with the unresponsive maintainers? Like, can you just then switch to unsupported? And because if there is something critical on the package and you want it to be fixed, like for example, you propose the pull request, but they don't respond, they don't review, they don't merge it, can you do something about it with this XML?
You should present, because this is a much better answer than the one I gave to the previous question. Like, yes, I think that would be a good way to use this into Fedora. From my point of view, for Amazon Linux, like I'm always on the hook for every packages, even if like nobody is maintaining them upstream anymore. From the point of view of Fedora, I think that would be an interesting use case.
I'm just repeating this on mic that, I mean, maybe asking a question, have you tried to propose any of these kind of things against the DNF upstream?
Not yet.
Comment in that same direction is like if we were going to get it onto the CentOS where that might be more helpful, it would be necessary for us to have it in Fedora first.
Okay. If anyone, like, to follow up on those questions, if anyone here is involved in like DNF, libDNF, like librepo and so on, as an interest into this, I will be happy to talk to you. Okay, well, thank you everyone. I appreciate you coming over here.
I go? Oh. Oh, sorry. Wait, will I wait? Or will I go? Yeah? Okay. No? Okay. I'll wait another minute. Okay. Yeah, perfect. Okay, hello everyone, and thank you for being here today. My name is Emma Kidney, and I'm a UX designer at Red Hat, and I'm also the product owner of the Fedora design team. When we talk about open source, we usually talk about the code or the community, but today I want to talk about another part of our ecosystem, and that is design. So here's the agenda for my talk today. I'm going to briefly talk about the design team and what we do, and then I'll also go into the reasons why you should use open source tools, and then I'll show some of the software that we use on the design team. So before I delve into all the reasons why you should use open source tools, I want to provide a bit of background. So like I said, I work at Red Hat, and I'm on the community Linux engineering team. My role is to work on the Fedora design team full-time. My team is small. It's just myself and Madeline from CLE that work on the Fedora design team full-time. We recently gained help from Jez Chitas from Osipo, who's a very talented designer. And then we have our wonderful contributors who give us their time when they can to take tickets and help us. So what is the Fedora design team? What do we do? So on our docs, the description we give is that we are Fedora's in-house design agency. We provide artwork, user experience, usability, and general design services to the Fedora project. We provide, some examples include the release wallpaper. So those are probably the most popular and the most visible things that we work on. Madeline Peck is a very talented illustrator and has been leading the designs since Fedora 36. Producing a piece of art like that every 6 months is no small feat. A lot of work goes into them, and it's great that people really like them. Other work we do is logos and icons. So those would be logos for some Fedora teams. We also get logo requests for other upstream projects like containers. And then say icons for the likes of Matrix, chat rooms, things like that. We also do some UX work. So those requests are not as often as the others, but when they do come in, they can be quite larger projects. We can conduct user interviews, competitor analysis, and build user flows and mockups, depending on the requirements of the project. And lastly, a thing we do is a lot of Fedora branding. So another big project we do every year is the Flock branding. So everything you see here at Flock, the t-shirts, the badges, stickers, and the live stream template for those people that are watching remotely, those are all done by us. This is a project I usually lead. The first time I did the branding was in 2023 at Cork, which was a very steep learning curve at the time. But every year I try to improve the visual branding of Flock and try and get it a bit more consistent. I'm very happy with how things turned out this year, and I am excited for next year where I can do better again, hopefully. So the design team was founded by Mo Duffy, and she ran the team for 17 years. It was the first major Linux distribution community-led design team. A precedent Mo set was using an open source toolkit. Anyone who knows Mo knows how passionate she is about open source design. Another person I got to work closely with when I first started was Marie Norden. She was the FCAIC at the time and also very passionate about open source design and accessibility. She founded and ran the Creative Freedom Summit, which ran in 2023 and 24. It was a virtual conference dedicated solely to the features and benefits of open source creative tools. It was a great experience working alongside her as an organizer and meeting fellow open source designers and enthusiasts. I really look up to these women, and I really admire their passion, and it inspires me to continue advocating for open source design. I'm sure you're all aware of why we should use open source tools, given that we're at a conference for an open source operating system, but I'm going to go through some of the reasons in more of a design context. So, lower barrier of entry. So, the most important reason is that it lowers the barrier of entry. Anyone should be able to design. That includes students, hobbyists, and beginners. Students and beginners shouldn't have to purchase such expensive software in order to create what they want to create. When I was in secondary school, I really wanted to make GIFs of my favourite TV show to post on my Tumblr blog. And if you're on Tumblr in 2012, you know that was a very popular thing to do. All the tutorials told me I needed to use Photoshop, but I was 15 and I didn't have money to buy a Photoshop subscription, so I tried to download a free version, and in the process I think I downloaded a lot of viruses onto my computer. So I couldn't find a free version of Photoshop, and I was 15, so it felt like the end of the world. But then I finally found a tutorial that didn't use Photoshop. It used a combination of VLC Player and GIMP. At the time, I didn't know what open source was, but it allowed me to create the things I wanted to create. It allowed me to have a creative outlet. You shouldn't need access to expensive software in order to create. Open source tools can do almost anything proprietary software can, and anything it can't, there's almost always a way around it. So reusability. This is more specific to contributing to an open source team like the Fedora design team. When you work on a ticket and create a design asset, you're not just creating something that will be used just for that purpose. That design file will exist on our repo, hopefully forever. It'll be there as an asset with the potential to be reused and reworked in the future. There have been designs that I've pulled off of Fedora tickets, maybe like 9 years old. We work primarily in SVG. Inkscape exports to SVG by default. Adobe Illustrator is a great tool, and if that's something you're more comfortable with using, then that's okay. It is the industry standard after all, so many working designers, that's the tool they'd be more familiar with. And it does have the capability to export as an SVG, but there can be some issues, like if effects are applied or things are not embedded. But we haven't run into many problems with it, but it is just something to be aware of. If you use proprietary software to create something for the design team, you just need to be mindful and be open to figuring out any issues so that it will be able to be open on open source software like Inkscape, for example. So there's a preconception that open source tools are not as good as their proprietary counterpart. Adobe is the industry standard after all. In design colleges, you are taught to use Adobe. In design studios, you use Adobe. A beginner might feel that in order to become a professional, they need to use these tools. And they don't. Professional work can be made on open source software. I use a mainly open source toolkit. I use Inkscape almost every day. My coworker Madeline is the same. She uses mainly Krita for her illustrations and Inkscape as well for her designs. I don't have an Adobe license, and I haven't had to use it since I was in college. I've never faced any issues with the work I've created. There can be some challenges, but there's never been something I haven't been able to do. There's almost always a way around things. An example is Inkscape at the moment doesn't have the capability to export in the CMYK color mode. That is a requirement when you're sending something for print, like stickers or posters, especially when you're designing for a brand. You need to make sure the color is the right shade of blue. And a way we get around this is using Scribus, which is an open source desktop publishing software. So we import the vector in there. We're able to swap the colors to their CMYK equivalents. But I know the Inkscape developer is working on the CMYK capability, so hopefully that will be available soon. And there's also so many options when it comes to open source software. These are very powerful tools, and there should be something that suits your needs. So I'm going to take you through some of the tools we use in the design team and showcase some of the work that was created with them. So this is probably our most used software. Everything from logos, swag, social media graphics are created using Inkscape. We have the flock postcard that was available this year that was created by Madeline in Inkscape. We have the flock t-shirt from last year that was created by one of our contributors, Nikita. Our t-shirt this year as well was also made in Inkscape. That was made by myself. All the flock assets, I believe, were actually made on Inkscape. We have examples of some of the logos we do for upstream projects, so the container ones there. And I think every member of the design team has made one of these logos at some stage. We have social media posts as well, and then the table for FOSDEM this year with all the stickers laid out. And Fedora badges. Another thing, although we're not solely responsible for the Fedora badge artwork, like we do have designers such as Chris and Roland that work exclusively on the badge designs, but sometimes we're asked to create some, and those are also all created in Inkscape as well. PenPot is a collaborative web app for interface design. It allows us to brainstorm, wireframe, prototype, and build user interfaces. When I was working on the Podman desktop team, we used it for the design system and creating mock-ups to hand off to developers. So that's the example at the top there. In the Fedora design team, we use it for collaborative brainstorming. There's an example there of the brainstorm that was done for the F45 wallpaper. The wallpaper every release is themed after a letter of the alphabet. So we either do a word starting with that letter or a person in STEM whose name begins with that letter. So if you didn't see, the F45 wallpaper will be inspired by Alan Turing. So that's like a little sneak peek there. And there's also an example of a mock-up that was done for the Fedora Forge landing page, that was done by our contributor, Nathan. Krita is an open source painting program. This would mainly be used by Madeline on the team. He would usually use it alongside a drawing tablet to create digital paintings and art. A lot of the wallpapers Madeline has created were made in Krita, as you can see there. And you can also use it for sketching when coming up with ideas for logos, things like that. Blender is another one we use from time to time. It's a 3D computer graphics software. It's very powerful. We've upskilled in it somewhat, because I know myself and Madeline would have never used it before the Fedora design team. Some examples include the Fedora 36 wallpaper. That was a collaboration between Madeline and Mikak Dunn. The Fedora 39 wallpaper, that was created by Jacob Steiner. The Fedora 44 wallpaper, that was a reworked render by Paul Power, originally made for the Fedora IoT edition page. And some hero images that were done for the edition pages on the Fedora website that I made using Blender, and the Fedora brand book that was designed by Chitaz. And she created this nice pattern in Blender and used it then throughout the brand book. Although we don't use these two softwares often, I feel like I should mention them. Kden Live is a video editing software. We used it a bit when we were doing the Creative Freedom Summit. We edited some of the streams afterwards using that. And then, of course, we have GIMP for photo manipulation. Yeah, that brings me to the end. I feel like I went through those really quick. But you know what to look out for and make sure that all the feedback was incorporated. I haven't thought about using AI for that actually, so that might be an interesting thing to look into. But I think if someone just gives a clear description of what they've changed, I feel like that would be enough. Yeah, thanks.
I have a suggestion for that. So usually what happens is most of the design work actually happens through the comments, right?
Yeah.
For JO supports this onion peel view, right? So you can actually have a slider that goes from left to right.
Oh.
Right? Yeah. So what you could do is instead of, I know it involves the Git workflow, which that's one, a tall margin to go through. But once we're able to go through that, I think there's an easier way to do this comparison. And it's very intuitive. You guys should totally, try that out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good show. Yeah, definitely look into that. That'd be really handy. Yeah.
Hi, thanks for the talk. So you have used proprietary tools before, though, right?
Yeah, when I was in college.
Do you feel like you've said that they can, like open source tools can all basically do everything that proprietary ones can, but what about like the time difference? Because there are some things that are not so intuitive in open source tools, or just take longer to figure out. How do you work around that? And just yeah.
I don't know actually. I'm fully aware that say the Inkscape to Scribus workaround for the CMYK, that is an extra step and it is extra work as opposed to just making something in Illustrator and being able to export it directly. But I don't know, I feel like the trade-off is worth it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, it's something I'm willing to do. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a good question.
Have you encountered anything else Have you also encountered anything else that takes a significantly longer time on open source tools?
No, I think that would be a big one, just the workarounds. But since I don't use, say, Adobe, I suppose I guess I don't know how quicker it could be. It's just what I'm used to at this stage. That is my workflow and I'm used to it. So, yeah, but hopefully when Inkscape they implement the capability, that'll be a nice thing that I can do. But what I like about open source software, I know who the developer for Inkscape is. It's Martin Owens, and I know he's usually present at the likes of FOSDEM. Or when we did the Creative Freedom Summit, he did a talk. He has a Patreon that he frequently updates, and he documents his experience trying to implement the CMYK capabilities. So I think it's nice that way to see that things are being worked on, and if I log a ticket, I can see that the developers are actually taking it into consideration and stuff like that. So I think that's also a bonus. But yeah, thanks for your question. That was interesting. Thanks.
Thank you for your talk. I have a question. As far as I know about Inkscape and Scribus, both of those can be scripted by Python. Do you use some automation for your exports, imports, etc.?
No, I do have a tiny bit of a technical background. I have a cert in computer science, but I will say it has been quite some time since I have done anything technical like that. So I think that would be a bit out of my skill set. But it could be something I can look into, yeah. It's interesting, yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to ask my other question. So, as an outgoing Fedora Mindshare committee member, and thank you for your service on the committee, did your perspective working with community event owners from around the world impact your perspective as a designer in the Fedora community? And if so, how?
That's a good question. I guess.
Is that your question?
Yeah, I suppose, I know at Mindshare we were looking into the whole kind of self-service aspect for event assets. So I think that kind of opened my eyes to kind of, what's the word, be more aware that the people that are getting these things created are going themselves to a printer, or they're printing these off their home printer, for example. So one thing we did was a template to put on, say, a table that had food and snacks that might have been sponsored by Fedora. So to take into consideration that whoever's printing that off is a contributor, they mightn't have access to an office printer, and ink is expensive, so we didn't want to do a full color page, you know, have, you know, the text there, have it still look nice, but mainly white page, and have like a black and white option too. So in case they don't have coloring, so we know that it also looks nice. I think that whole side of things is interesting. Like, we recently rehauled the sticker repo as well, because I know some people were getting confused as to which file type to use, because we usually give the PDF and the SVG. Some people were printing the SVG and then the colors came out wrong. But just making things, like labeling things more clear, having things in more of a universal format. So when they go to a printer, hopefully the printer is able to understand, and it's not on the event owner to answer kind of the more technical questions. So I think things like that, I think, are really interesting. It's kind of looking into the more user experience side of getting things printed, which is interesting. Yeah, good question. Yeah.
I have two questions, actually.
Yeah.
First, I will start from the easy one. So you're behind the Flock artwork and the design team. How much time it takes to prepare all of the artwork for?
That's a good question. Yeah, something I don't think people realize is how long things take to create. I know this year the Flock Planet team, we started a good bit earlier, and I know I'm lucky to be included in those conversations like really early on. So, you know, I know the location, like where we're looking at going, things like that. So usually when those meetings start up, I kind of start things going in the background. Like, I set up the epic, I start kind of gathering a list of requirements of things I know we'll need. I'll, you know, check with Justin and Dork and the planning team. But it would be, I'd say, 6 months. We'd start kind of just after Christmas when we come back. And then I suppose it'd be kind of trugging along, and then I'd say the 2 or 3 months leading up to Flock would be pretty intense, getting all that work done. Yeah.
I'm sorry, we are out of time.
Oh,
We have
no
to
worries.
stop now. It's sharp time.
Yeah.
Before you leave, please make sure that you take everything with you, because this room is going to be reconfigured and everything is going to be removed. Thank you.